Okay, can I have everybody to their seats, please?
Are we good? Okay, good morning, everyone. Our live stream is now up and running. So please be mindful of side conversations and a reminder to those at the table not to touch the microphones. We will unmute and mute you as need be. I'll turn it over to Derek.
Thank you, Karen. So good morning to everybody who's joining us on YouTube. In the interest of time, I will introduce the board of directors. Myself, Derek Summers, I am the chair. Kevin Cloutier, who has stepped off the screen for a moment and will be back shortly, is the vice chair. And then we also have Paul Imola as an elected member, Peggy Judge, government appointee, Stephen Kinsella, government appointee, Alicia Munion, government appointee, Tanya Namevin, elected member, Carlos Pacheco, elected member, Regina Subzinska, elected member, Carlos Sicoli, government appointee. Attending virtually, we have Omar Farouk, government appointee, and regrets today, we have Samir Modhera. The facilitator, who's already spoken, is Karen Elkin. And beside her, we have our registrar, Fazal Khan, and beside him, Amy Stein, our deputy registrar. Carolyn Robertson is the manager of communications and the executive office. And we have Blessing with us today as well. Blessing Adabimba. I'm sorry, I messed that up, Blessing. I apologize. And she is our staff accountant. All righty. So with that done, we'll take a moment to do our land acknowledgement. This meeting is taking place on the traditional lands of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabeg, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people. The College of Opticians of Ontario acknowledges and respects that these lands are now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people who continue to experience the impact of colonization. The College of Opticians of Ontario also acknowledges that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13, signed with the Mississaugas of the Credit, and the Williams Treaty signed with multiple Mississaugas and Chippewa bands. With the utmost respect and humility, we at the College of Opticians of Ontario are grateful to live and work on these lands and are committed to educating ourselves in areas of cultural safety and humility in the delivery of equitable healthcare in Ontario. So, welcome everybody. Just to remind registrants joining us on YouTube that you can use this session as self-directed continuing education hours. And I am now going to hand things back to our facilitator, Karen Elkin.
Wonderful,
Karen?
thank you. So just a few norms to remind us all of how this is going to go, and for anyone new who's joining us. Couple things around sitting around the table. Again, let's try to not have any side conversations. When you raise your hand to speak and we're ready to call on you, wait until the microphone in front of you turns green. Omar, you will have to manage your own microphone on and off over at your end. Just please, let's try to keep it orderly, not that that's really a problem. Also turn off your phones, please, so we don't have ringing and dinging going on. Is it all right? I just want to check in. If I need to cut you off, I will do so as gently as I possibly can. We good? Okay. I apologize in advance. We do want to stay on time and on track. A couple of reminders about our process. We do, as always, try to achieve consensus wherever possible on more complex decision making. Sometimes I will ask you to show me a high five where you're at on an issue, 1 being not at all with you, 5 being, yeah, we're great, and then everything in between, just to get a read on the temperature. I won't always use that. It will depend on how the conversation is going. Any questions about any of that? Okay, we good? All right, so we're now going to move on to the conflict of interest declaration.
All right, thank you, Karen. I can confirm that all board members attending the meeting today have completed their pre-meeting conflict of interest declaration. I will now ask whether there are any conflicts to declare with respect to any of the items on today's agenda. Seeing none and some shaking of heads, we will move forward. Karen?
All right, so you can have them adopt the agenda.
All right, so let's start with asking, are there any amendments to today's agenda? Seeing none, would somebody like to make a motion to approve today's agenda? Regina, thank you. Seconder, Alicia, are you okay with that? All in favor? And that passes. Excellent. Okay. So next, we're going to take a look at the minutes that were circulated already. Does anybody have any amendments to make to those minutes? Seeing none. Okay. I will remind anybody if that you did have to give us regrets for that. Oh, no, I think we're good for that. Everybody was here. Could somebody make the motion to accept the minutes as presented? Stephen, seconder Kevin, all in favor? Excellent. That passes as well. Okay. Karen?
All right, so we're now going to move on to the board financial reports, and we will invite Blessing to present the financial variance report. Blessing's going to move to the front of the room.
Good morning, everyone. I'm presenting the financial variance report for the period ending March 31st, 2025. This report provides a year-to-date insight of our revenues and expenses benchmarked against our annual budget and the same period last year. Sorry, I'm just waiting for it to come on. Yes. It is important to note that we are still very early in the year, specifically just 25% into the fiscal year, and as a result, many line items will naturally show a large variance of about 75%, especially those that are fixed in nature like rent and salaries. The key items to note include revenue, which is $3,412,081 as at 31st March, showing a 12% negative variance of $448,582. This is expected as most of our income, apart from opticians renewals collected in prior year, is typically realized in Q2 through Q4, especially from intern registrations and investment returns. Board and committee expenses are notably under budget, totaling just $25,449, with a variance of negative $159,535, 86% to the expense. This is due to the timing of the expense submission. Many Q1 expenses are submitted and recorded in the second quarter. The expenses relating to 2024 screening committee was submitted late last year and paid early this year. Operational and admin expenses are currently at $930,079, trending at negative $2,549,440, 73% under budget. This aligns with expectations for fixed costs like rent and salaries. General operational costs are currently trending higher due to the registrar renewal deadline shift. This push is relating to merchant fees, this push related to merchant fees in the first two quarters compared to previous deadlines, where fees were mostly absorbed in the last two quarters of the year. In summary, all major variances are consistent with historical trends and timing. We recommend that the board review and approve the financial variance report as presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Blessing.
Comments or questions for Blessing? I'm not seeing any hands, so I think you can move to a motion.
Okay, thank you, Blessing. Thorough as always. All right, could I have somebody make the motion to approve the financial variance report? Regina, you're right up there before I even finish the sentence. Can I have a seconder? Tanya, thank you. All in favor? Excellent, that is approved. Okay, so I believe we're running already ahead, so look at us go. And I believe that means we are going to, our auditors are not ready yet, so we're going to jump ahead a little bit if it's okay with the group. And we're going to hear from our beloved registrar.
Okay, so if it's okay with the board, we'll move the registrar's report up because that's one that has a bit of flex in it.
Yeah, and that's item 12.1 if you're looking for it in your notes.
Perfect. Okay, so I'll just, hopefully everybody's had a chance to read it. Just walk you through a little bit of what's happened since we have the time. First of all, regulations wise, we've had a number of regulations in the government's hands for the last decade or so. Registration regulation came to fruition last July, as did the professional misconduct regulation. So we're happy those are two pretty impactful ones for our registrants, and we've spent the year deploying them. The last one we have is a request for an exemption for spousal treatment. that some colleges have got on the books already. So it's sort of been going in waves where the government's been considering a number of colleges at a time. So we're sort of in that second wave, and indication is likely that we're getting to the finish line. We had some discussion with the minister's office in January about possible enforced dates. In between, there's been some things like elections happening that have thrown a wrench in things, but it sounds like we're at the final stages of the new regulation or the exemption for spousal treatment. So we'll keep everybody posted. I think originally we were thinking it was going to be June, July, but with the government election, it's probably delayed a couple of months. As we've spoken about, I think we talked a little bit about it in strategic planning, about keeping an eye on things as far as the political landscape changing. And so in the news, there's been a lot of talk about reducing barriers to trade and barriers to movement of professionals across provincial borders. So with that, the provincial government has been moving on it, signing deals with certain provinces. I think it's been in the news as if even just recently with some memorandums of understanding being signed with provinces to the west. We've had some sign-ons with the east. So there has been a piece of legislation called As of Right that initially came into effect 2023 that impacted health professionals in hospital settings, such as physicians, nurses, respiratory therapists, and medical technologists. So that is being expanded to several colleges, including ours, are being considered for this legislation. The big part of it is that, in essence, it allows anybody who from another jurisdiction, another province, who's in good standing to be able to come into Ontario and start practicing pretty much immediately prior to even us at the college processing their application. So as long as they're in good standing, and so some of the bugs are being worked out or some of the details, there was a very condensed period for consultation, about a week or so. And so the college, the admin team put together some concerns on a logistical basis, pointing at things like ensuring that if you are going to come from another province, you've got insurance that extends into Ontario, professional liability insurance, and concerns about making sure that there's measures in place to uphold public safety. And so I think a lot of the colleges have made submissions. We for sure have, and hopefully that will go towards shaping the final legislation as it comes, but we're expecting it to be quite soon. The federal government's also made some intentions made clear that by Canada Day, they're looking to do some changes as well to reduce barriers. So we are very, very alive to that and keeping an eye on it. Staffing wise, we're pleased to announce that Ms. Stephanie Jung will be joining the team on June 9th as Director of Registration. And we're looking forward to the new addition to the team, and kudos to the existing team for keeping the lights on in the registration department, making sure that all reports were filed and all processes were completed. So I thank the team for that. As far as special projects go, the college, in partnership with NACOR, co-hosted another successful industry roundtable on May 8th. So internally, the team worked quite around the clock for the last 18 months, organizing and executing that day that brought together members of the optical community, including participants from regulators, educators, industry, and associations. So that day was spent, the first half was spent sharing some data that was collected from the regulators as well as the schools. And in the afternoon, we were basically sharing information around a public awareness campaign promoting, hopefully, the profession, awareness of the profession, and specifically tools like PLAR. So PLAR, prior learning assessment, to hopefully attract people both domestically and internationally. So during the year, we created some videos and infographics, and we basically presented it to the roundtable participants, hoping to see if we can get some buy-in from the table and hopefully some financial support in hopefully disseminating on a broader level these videos and clips and all of that. So you'll be seeing the college rolling stuff out soon, where we have videos that are tailored to the different platforms, whether it be YouTube or TikTok, Instagram, things like that, talking about how people can enter the profession, whether it be domestically or internationally. Hopefully, if we can get more people buying into the campaign, we can spread the message further. So that's special projects. You'll see a list of external relations. So it's been a busy quarter for the college. We've been going to a lot of trade shows. We've had aside from the strategic planning event that we've had the roundtable. We've done a bit of a circuit with the association and the AOE. We are going to be going to Sudbury in a couple of weeks to see our registrants out there. This will be the second time that we're going out to Sudbury. So we're looking forward to that. We'll be trying something a little different other than doing our regular 1 hour presentation. We're doing an extra hour of more of a sort of a kind of a more intimate setting of practice advice. So Peggy is coming with me to that, and we'll be engaging the registrants. So I'm quite looking forward to that. And then finally, as far as collaboration efforts go, that's always ongoing. So the biggest one was the roundtable that we did this year. That takes a lot of effort, but at the same time, we are doing other things on a more ground level, including we had our second collaborative DEI education event, which was free to all the registrants of both our college and the College of Audiologists and Speech Language Pathologists. They've been quite well received from the people that we've gotten feedback from. And as well, our college hosted a joint facilitative chair training session on Monday, May 5th, which actually Karen was giving. So by having it in-house and opening it up to other regulators, we were able to have enough critical mass to actually almost reduce the cost of that in half to ourselves and the individual regulators that attended. So we continue to work with our regulatory community to bring efficiencies that we're benefiting from as well as themselves. And that is my report. So happy to take any questions. Has everybody had their coffee yet? Thanks, Paul.
Well done.
Okay.
Very, wow.
Concise.
Kind of impressed right now, I'm gonna say it. So we still find ourselves with a significant amount of time. There are no questions and comments for the registrar's report, seeing none. Do we want to go ahead and do the rest of the reports and get them to thing, or?
Yeah, we could. Amy, what are your thoughts on that?
Because normally omnibus anyway, right?
Yeah, there's that works. And then we've also got item 7, so we can probably fit both of those things in.
All right.
So why don't we go ahead with the reports to start?
Okay, so as we normally do it, we've got a whole bunch of reports, and what we normally do is we'll normally approve those as an omnibus just all together. I assume everybody's had an opportunity to review them and look at them. Does anybody have any questions that have arisen from those reports? Stephen.
Sure. On the ICRC report.
Okay.
So that could be held for some comments I'd like to make about it.
Okay, you'd like to make some comments a bit? Okay, now would be a perfect time if you'd like to.
In regards to the,
Hold on, let me just
Oh,
turn on
sorry.
the microphone for.
Thanks,
okay.
Karen, for flagging that.
All right.
with regards to the ICRC report on the timeframes that's taken from cases to get from years, let's say 2 years ago to where we are now. When I reviewed that the other day, I think tremendous success should be awarded to staff, how they have cut down, like, I think it was 168 matters that have been from 2 years ago to now. And that was a strategic plan that was put forward to the board and it was carried out by staff.
Mhm.
And for that team of people to work on that so fast to get it down, and I, as a member of the ICRC committee, appreciate that time frame being down. And under the two chairs, that last year's chair and their current chair this year, under their leadership, they've done a tremendous job in getting it down. Staff should be just recommended for. It's unbelievable how that drops so fast. And like it's dramatic when you look at it, the numbers.
And it's when, and I'm glad you've commented on it, Stephen, because it's one of those things. I mean, as we all were concerned about it at one point, because there was a significant amount of time. And a lot of it was efficiencies and areas we could improve those efficiencies. And the staff really, really stepped up when they were asked to do so and did a fantastic job. So I echo those sentiments that you have. I'm going to extend that even a little bit further just to Fazal and Amy for your entire team. Every area we've asked for more efficiency, every area we've asked for things to be done a little bit quicker and a little bit better, whether we're talking ICRC, of course, whether we're talking QA, whether we're talking whatever subject, you guys have always strove to be better and faster and more efficient without giving up any of the feedback to us and care for the membership and the public. So I will jump on Stephen's thank you and I will add our own. So thank you so much for that.
If I can maybe say one point to that. I do tip my hat to the ICR team under Raj's sort of tutelage, and Maria and Tertia. Like it's a great group that are actually very enthusiastic about what they do. You know, we bug them with weekly meetings and they give us amazing status reports and things. So that's great. But I also would like to tip hat to the board. We did have to expand by adding an extra person to that team to also take on the UPC project, the unauthorized practice, which has been rolling well. And so with that board support, giving us the financial support to bring on an extra person, we have been able to speed up processing times and the quality of work. So I thank the board for the support that way.
And I think hearing that, it's one of those things that I think we should all be kind of reflexive of. It's like we have the resources to do the job better and to represent the public better and to manage all of these situations. And I think we're using it wisely, in my opinion. That's just mine. But Peggy, you had a comment?
Excuse me, I'll just turn you on there.
Yep.
Perfect. Yep.
When you talk about processing times, is that from a complaint to the DNR or so the whole thing from beginning to finalized?
Yeah, from the date the matter is filed to the date that a final decision is issued to the parties.
Okay, so that's good, half a year
Mhm.
with investigations and our meetings, et cetera, and writing it up.
Now, bear in mind, these numbers do fluctuate because as some matters are always going to take longer just by the nature of the subject matter. And as those longer term matters close, it might change the averages in an upward fashion. But overall, I think this is a good indication of how things are trending, and the trends are significant and notable over previous years.
So it's being recorded here based on the end date or the start date?
Based on, so if you see on the chart, if it says matters from 2022, these are matters that opened in 2022 until the date they were closed, whatever calendar year that took place in. Same for 2023 and 2024. We're not including 2025 matters yet. I would have to check with the team if any matters that commenced in 2025 have already closed. I think that's probably unlikely. However, we'll start reporting on that when there's several matters so that we can actually show a trend.
But right now we've got total 20 still open.
Yes.
Do you have any sense of how many of them are from 22, 23, 24?
Not off the top of my head, no. So I could get some information for you on that, certainly. I'm not sure if we have any matters from 2022 still open. Raj is
But
indicating that there
your
are two.
point of- Okay, to your point of when they close, then you're going to add something with 600 days into that
Yeah.
average, and fortunately the way numbers work, that could skew it.
Absolutely, yeah.
Difference
So-
between the average and the median.
Yes. That's right.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. Appreciate it.
All right.
And if I can add one more comment just about the reports generally and especially processing times, you'll note in the registration committee report, we're also reporting an average processing time of registration applications of 8 days, and that's 8 calendar days, not business. This is something that for the last year, the ministry has started requesting that we report these numbers on a quarterly basis. Their benchmark that they've set for us through legislation is 30 days, and we're trending significantly below that. And this often includes applications where someone has actually requested that we don't approve it until sometimes the next quarter because that will impact their prorated fee structure. So we are trending very well, and the majority of applications, including and especially labor mobility applications, are processed within 2 business days.
And that's especially interesting given the current climate where we're talking about a lot of labor mobility issues as well. Anyway, so thank you so much for that.
I think I saw Kevin have a hand up.
Kevin, did you?
Yes, for the amount of days for the ICRC reports, closing the case, do we think we can improve on those days, or is this as good as we think it's going to get as average timeline? I know it's kind of like,
If I may.
yes.
I think we always are looking for new ways to improve, and I think technologies and access and stuff like that will always keep that a changing number. But so I think that's a focus, but I think we should also be pretty happy with where we are at this point.
Yes, because we've seen such a great
Exactly.
improvement. I just don't want us to expect it to be at 90 days next report. Like, I want to manage expectations.
Yes, absolutely.
So for some context, the Regulated Health Professions Act has a sort of loose benchmark of 150 days. At the 150-day mark is when we start having a legislative obligation to notify parties of the status of the matter. So the idea is they expect and hope that most matters can conclude within that 150-day period. So certainly that's something that we have in our minds to be working toward. And not all matters will conclude in that period, but we're hoping that our average becomes closer to that benchmark.
Perfect.
Yeah.
I just wanted to comment on that, having been on the ICRC. Of course, there are some cases that don't take a lot of investigation, so those ones we can try to get done very quickly. But if there's a potential fraud and there needs to be an investigation and somebody going in and looking at files, et cetera, that just takes time.
Yes.
And that's got nothing to do with the staff here or anything. And so to the point of the managing expectations, you can't turn that around in a month.
Yeah. So
You know, including ICRC meets and it gets written up and back and forth between the complainant and the registrant.
yeah, and it's for that reason, Peggy, why the legislation doesn't set out hard deadlines to conclude these matters, because it's understanding that they need to be carried out in a way that will be thorough and fair to all the parties. So our goal is to make sure that any delays are not because of inefficiencies that are within our control, and to let the process run its course in the ordinary fashion.
Are there any other questions or comments on the other reports?
Yeah, I have my hands up, Omar.
Oh, yes, sorry, I
Sorry, Omar.
wasn't looking at you. Omar,
I-
please,
I
go
was
ahead.
just testing to see how observant you are.
Fails.
But anyhow, just to expand on Steve's first question, whenever Raj sent out a decision for members from ICRC in particular to review, in the past 2 years, I noticed members always take a longer time, perhaps 2 weeks to respond, and sometimes Raj will have to send a reminder. But of recent, I noticed there has been a drastic change in the efficiency in terms of responding to from members regarding these decisions. So I want to commend the members as well for being more efficient than previously.
Thank you, Omar. And it's funny you mentioned that, because that is absolutely something that we all need to be a little bit cognizant of, is that in a few of these different matters, committees, it's the board and the committee members who have slowed down the process by their response times and such. So, I mean, I think it's a celebratory thing that we're all moving a little bit faster and being a little bit more focused at the work at hand. So thank you to everybody.
Oh, yes, Amy?
Mention to Omar that he's sharing his screen.
Oh.
Oh, okay, we're good.
No, I think he's not. Okay. Any other questions, comments about any of the reports?
All right.
Okay, I think you can go to your motion.
So could I have somebody make a motion to approve the committee reports, the NACO reports and the communications reports as presented, please? Stephen, thank you. Paul will be my seconder. All in favor? And that passes. And we have 5 minutes Look at us.
Yeah, it's been the longest 15 minutes ever.
It has. It's going, the clock is going backwards.
Yes, you know what, I'll take a second just to flag one thing about NACOR. While the report didn't garner any questions, going forward, things will look a little bit different
Okay.
as NACOR has reorganized. So typically, a contingent of us would be going out to these NACOR meetings twice a year. That won't be happening as much. So NACOR has changed its governance model, as we've been talking about for the last year or so. So now the board meetings, the board is actually going to be smaller, and there'll still be collaborative events, but there's also going to be separate events which will have the administrators getting together to talk about things like labor mobility and all of these fun things, mechanical stuff. So the reports will look a little bit different going forward. So the fall will be one of those first meetings where they're under the new structure. So just an FYI there.
All right.
Perfect. And then Carolyn, our guests haven't entered the waiting room, have they?
No, I don't see them yet.
Okay, no problem.
Shall we perhaps move to item 7, as that's a pretty short
Straightforward.
one? Yeah.
Okay,
So that is the board work plan mid-year review. So this is your mid-year check-in to make sure that we're on track with the board's work plan that was approved by you all in December. And just wanted to flag a couple of items that have been deferred to later quarters that haven't been completed in the original way that they were set out in December. So they're both related to registration matters and just accounting for a couple of factors, including some ongoing consultations and gathering more information and some staff changeover in that department. So we've got some consultations that are going to be happening over the summer on 2 main items. So one is the refresher program, and this is going to be the program for opticians who or applicants that are required to complete a refresher under the legislation for one of 3 reasons. Either they wish to maintain currency, they are transferring from inactive back to active, or they are a new applicant where there's been a gap since they completed their exams or their education. So a proposed program was looked at by registration this spring, and we're going to be doing some consultation over the summer just to make sure there isn't any other considerations that haven't been taken into account. So that will be coming back for final approval in September, well ahead of any sort of currency deadlines that anyone will be facing, because we're just in the first year of monitoring currency, and it's only at the 3-year mark where anyone who might be falling below would need to avail themselves of this option. Next is the currency policy, so kind of related, and this is the policy that sets out what currency looks like for registered opticians, and in particular, the types of activities that will count as practice hours. So this is new for everybody. It's new for all the registrants, and the registration committee, in consultation with the registrant base, had listed a number of things to include in practice hours thus far. We want to do a check-in, and we're going to be doing a consultation over the summer, as we did ask opticians to report their currency hours for the first time this year, and to hear from them, is there anything we missed? Is there anything we should know? So before this really starts to have a meaningful impact on people and their decisions, this way the registration committee can have an opportunity to look at that policy again and see if there's a need to make any changes. So we hope to have that back to you in the fall. Everything else on your work plan has been on track. We've added a few items as we go, as we tend to do, and we will continue to monitor as we go forward through the year. So I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, now I'm going to ask if everybody had their coffee.
I'm not seeing any hands.
All right.
I double checked Omar.
well, we do have our guests in the waiting room, which is a good sign.
Yes.
They're right on time.
So Amy, was yours just for information?
I think we would typically ask for a motion just to confirm that the work plan is good to go as is.
Can I have somebody make that motion, please? Georgina, seconded by Kevin. All in favor? And that passes. Thank you, Amy.
Wonderful. So we are now going to move on to the audit report presentation. We'll just give a moment for our guests to join the room. And there they are, just connecting. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. How are you both?
Good morning.
Very well, thank you. How's everyone doing?
Great. Thank you for joining us on time.
No problem.
Okay, so folks, I'll just introduce you to our board and we'll get you started on your presentation. So folks, I think everyone's quite familiar with Graywell Guyot, who is formerly, we were dealing with Seven Associates who rolled in and merged with Graywell Guyot some years ago. Malcolm has been on our file, Malcolm Vaz, for many, many years. And Sukhumpreet has been on our file now, has become a veteran at this point. You've been on our file 3 years as well. So they both have a very good understanding of our organization, what type of work we do, what our cash flow looks like, what our regulatory requirements are as far as having certain specific reserve requirements and things like that. And so they have worked closely this year on this cycle with Blessing, who is has been giving maternity relief for FISA, and has done a phenomenal job coming to speed on the audit process and working with the audit team. So I thank the three of you for getting us to the finish line with really quite a smooth process actually this year. So I'm going to turn it over to you to walk us through the financials to the board, and then we'll have time at the end for the board to ask questions of Sukhumpreet and Malcolm.
Amazing. Thank you, Fazal. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for having us join today to present the draft audited financial statements. And before we kind of kick off the presentation, we also just want to take this opportunity to thank management for all their support and efforts during the audit. Fazal, do you need us to share the financials on the screen, or everyone has them in front of them?
We do have them, but maybe if you do screen share, at least you can sort of keep pace and walk us through what document you're on, because there are a few documents in the package. Perfect, we can see your screen.
Do you see the audited statements?
We're looking at the report.
Yep.
Yep, it's on screen, Sukhumpreet.
Awesome. I just can't tell what screen to share. Okay, amazing. Well, thank you, everyone. So as of today, just want to highlight that we have completed our audit, and these financial statements have been reviewed by the executive committee and have been approved to be presented to the board for the approval of the statements today. So we want to highlight that. One thing I do want to highlight before we kind of go into the details is, as external auditors, we are required to be independent. So we want to just highlight that there have been no conflict of interest that we need to report to the board. In terms of the audited statements, the main report here is our audit report, which basically highlights an unqualified audit opinion, which means that it is a clean opinion for the fiscal year ended December 31st, 2024. And that means that the audited figures that are presented in the financial statements, reflect any audit adjustments we would have identified during our audit. Now, the one thing we do want to highlight on the audit report that is new this year is a comparative information paragraph, basically, which states that the 2023 comparative figures that have been presented have been restated. And I will get into a little bit more detail once I get into the audit report, into the financial statements. Now, on the main statements we'll go through are the statement of financial position. What this basically represents are the assets and liabilities of the college. And just to highlight that it is a strong statement of financial position. There's about $8.4 million in cash and investments, and then approximately $6 million in net assets. The net assets, essentially what these represents, are the historical excess of revenue over expenses since the inception of the college. So the historical revenues over excess revenues over expenses get reflected in the net assets of the financial statements. Now, on the next page is a statement of revenue and expenses, and basically what this represents are the annual operations of the college. And in the current year, the revenues were approximately $3.96 million, and last year's comparative was $3.6 million. This is essentially representing an increase mainly due to the membership numbers being higher this year, and a general increase in the overall optician registration fees compared to the previous year. And then at the end of the day, the college's excess of revenues over expenses this year was 463 compared to 444,000 last year. Now, one thing we do want to highlight, as I mentioned earlier, the previous year's financial figures that are presented, we did restate these, and there is a note disclosure that describes the reason for the restatement. And essentially, last year's deferred revenues that were presented on the statement of financial position were higher than they than they should have been. So this year we're saying it's 2.5 million, which is 257,000 lower than last year. And it was mainly a timing difference of when revenues should have been recognized. So from a cash perspective, all the cash was being recognized. It was mainly that some of those revenues should have been recognized in 2023 compared to 2024. So we're just making sure that the revenue and the deferred revenue are being recognized in the appropriate period, and there's no impact, and that's essentially being reflected in this year's financial statements. And then the other statement that we'll quickly highlight is the statement of cash flows. This essentially, highlights where did the cash movements occur during the year. So essentially what this statement represents is last year there was 3.3 million in cash compared to 2.3 million in the current year. Well, there's an increase from the operations by 354,000 this year. And the decline in the cash basically is the investments in the purchase of investments that happened during the year of 1.3 million. So on a net basis, cash did go down, but it basically moved from cash to short-term investments. And with that, the note disclosures are fairly consistent with last year. There were no significant changes in the auditing and accounting standards that impacted the financial statement disclosures, other than note 9, which we've kind of addressed as part of our discussion here. And yes, if anyone has any questions, happy to answer any questions.
Yes, Carlos.
Just in the salaries and benefits, I see an increase of $330,000. Is that we've hired more people, we've increased pay structure?
I think it represents a mix of both. So there's an increase in headcount, and in addition, just a general increase in salaries and benefits during the year. But it's fairly consistent to when you look at the increase in revenues as a percentage, like it kind of lines up with the increase in revenues as well.
Other questions? Okay. Not seeing any. Basil?
Yeah. So maybe Sukhpreet, maybe you could speak a little bit about the restatement and the timing issue.
Yep. So essentially, as part of our audit, what we look at. So deferred revenue is a significant number on the statement of financial position. So we do spend a fair bit of time doing audit procedures over these, and essentially last year there was a new database that was implemented, and one of our our points that we had highlighted was that a detailed reconciliation to be performed between the database reports and the financial reporting system. So there are two different systems that we kind of need to reconcile together. So in the current year, I know that management has spent a fair bit of time kind of doing that reconciliation, and based on that reconciliation, and also when we look, when we did our audit procedures, approximately 257,000 of deferred registration fees we identified should have been recognized in fiscal 2023 because the cash had been received at that point, and it related to those fees related to fiscal 2023. So just to highlight that, during our audit, we review bank reconciliations that are being performed, and we didn't identify any discrepancies between the bank statements and the general ledger. And on an ongoing basis, on a monthly basis, internally, management also prepares bank reconciliations that are reviewed. They're prepared by the bookkeeper and reviewed by management, which basically ensures that all cash being received and that's being dispersed is appropriately reported in the general ledger. So mainly this difference that arose was a timing difference of when the revenues were recognized in 2023 compared to 2024 in the general ledger. So the cash is being recognized, no issues there. It's mainly a timing of when that revenue should have been recognized at the end of the day. So we did talk to management about this, and essentially our recommendation was that, this revenue really related to 2023, and we should reflect that being recognized in 2023 rather than in 2024.
Perfect. And I think a big part of our business model, just to understand, is we start collecting funds at the end of the current year for next year. Our revenue is almost collected mostly in the end of the current year for the following year. So that's where this deferred income comes into fact. And it's probably 95% of our income that's collected prior to the year. We're fortunate because it makes for spending and budgeting quite stable, but it does create this timing issue and updates to our accounting system because we have different systems recording income. They're all now being sort of reconciled or speaking to each other. So we're going to have much more accurate reconciliation going forward.
Okay. I see a question from Tanya.
Oh, sorry, Tanya. That's on me.
I think you actually just answered my question, but so it seems that so 2024 compared to 2025, we won't have this same issue, or we may always have it.
We're always going to have deferred income,
Yeah.
But there's been some updates to our software in the database where things like in the retail, people are using Moneris or Global Systems. That's one system that's pumping money into the bank. And so we've got different streams. So they're now all sort of communicating. So we're going to actually have a very accurate reconciliation going forward. It's always been an educated guess somewhat, looking at the revenue and saying, yeah, that's mostly registrant dues, and the rest, the others are CE accreditations or whatever. Now it's like we can very pinpoint all of our revenue.
Well, I think it's really good then to see that our auditors and our staff team are working really well together and finding if there's these little things that we can make changes to make things more efficient and more kind of true with timing, I guess. So
yeah. And kudos to the auditors. They had flagged it, I think, in the last 2 years, giving a nudge that it would be great. And so we have worked with the IT people to get that software solution going.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Steve.
Yes, for Zell or Amy, it's a hypothetical question, but if a member of the public were to file a complaint or claim against the college for a sexual complaint, harassment or sexual assault, is there a maximum payout that the college pays out under the legislation?
Yes, there is. Yeah. I don't have the exact number on the top of my head. I think it was around $16,000 over a 5-year period. So our reserve policy, which is reflected in the segregated reserves that the auditors flagged, reflects 4 maximum payouts in any calendar year that we always keep in reserve, segregated from all the other funds to account for that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Not seeing any hands. So I think we can go to a motion.
Right. So could I get somebody to make the motion to approve the audited financial statements for 2024, please? Regina, thank you. Alicia will be my seconder. All in favor? And that is done. That passes. Thank you so much. Good work as always. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Take care.
All right. Thanks, everyone. Goodbye.
All right, and for the rest of us, we also got to take a 15-minute break. So get some coffee, stretch your legs. We will be back here in 15 minutes, and we will have a timer up on the screen. But for those online, that will be at approximately 10:50 a.m. I added 1 minute just to even it out. 16.
Appreciate that.
Okay.
I'm going to take the microphones offline.
All right. Pause, and we're good.
That's okay. You're flying the plane now.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Thanks for rejoining. We are now going to have Amy Stein, our deputy register, present on the proposed bylaw changes regarding the legacy retired optician status policy.
Thank you, Karen. So this is coming back. Just. get the
Sorry,
microphone.
Amy.
Sure. So
Wow.
I'll say again, thank you, Karen. So this is an agenda item that's coming back just to provide some context. So this is to do with the current Life Member Program and the sort of next steps with that in light of the new regulation that came into force for this college last July. And this is coming back to you after approval at the meeting of March of this year to wrap up and wind down the Life Member Program and to instead launch a new Legacy Retired Optician Program. So we've gone through a few steps with this, and this was coming from the registration committee. So you're just hearing from me and not registration because we're into the mechanical pieces of it right now, just for implementation that I'm bringing in front of you today. But just to provide a reminder, so the reason why we needed to wind down this program is because our previous legislation let folks who are no longer practicing kind of sit in a bit of a limbo of what we call administrative suspension. And they had an opportunity to apply for life member status, but now everyone in that category under the new regulation is no longer able to sit in that status for longer than 3 years. So they are either voluntarily resigning before July 1st, or those who don't will be automatically revoked under the legislation. So we wanted to explore what our options were within our new legislative framework, and what was landed on was this legacy retired optician status. So this is going to be moving off the public register and instead onto our website. It's going to be a status that can be granted to anyone who has permanently left the profession by either resigning, or those who might have been automatically revoked for this administrative change because of the regulation. And it will allow the college to continue some form of recognition for the people in this group who are those who have been practicing in the profession for a very long period of time. And it's a way of recognizing that contribution to the profession over a number of decades. So in order to give effect to this, there are some mechanical steps that will need to happen. So I'll take you through them and just make sure that everyone understands what these steps will look like, and to make sure that this accurately reflects the program that the registration committee presented to the board at the last meeting. So to begin with, there's the bylaw changes. So the Life Member Program was set out in the college's bylaws, and the recommendation was to actually remove that from bylaw and instead to manage this through policy. This gives more flexibility. It's easier to update on a as needed basis, and that will make it just more flexible going forward. So you'll see that an appendix to your briefing note includes Article 3 of the college's bylaws, which we're recommending be rescinded by the board. Now, this will come out of bylaw, and instead it will be dealt with in policy as mentioned. So 2 steps are required in order to give effect to that. The first is to rescind the current life member policy. Now, this is Appendix B to your briefing note. So this is the policy that, in addition to the bylaws, set out some criteria for consideration around who can be granted life member status, when that status might need to be revoked. And for the most part, the policy deals with criteria around making sure that those with life member status represent the college and the college's legacy in a way that will be good for the profession's public image and reputation. So the proposal is to rescind that policy, and instead you've got a new legacy retired optician policy before you for your consideration and approval. And this policy includes the criteria that are going to largely mirror a lot of the criteria you saw for life members under the previous policy. And this is to be granted that legacy retired optician status. So one of the changes being proposed here is that where previously life members needed to be approved by the board, we're proposing that under the policy, the registration committee also have the authority to approve life members. And this will speed up the process because the committee meets on a more regular basis and they can look at these applications, make sure they align with the policy criteria and get that recognition in place sooner. The board will still retain the power to approve that as well. To be granted a legacy retired optician status under this policy, as I mentioned, it's only going to be available to those who have resigned from the profession or they've been automatically revoked because of non-renewal. So this is also another change from the current life member policy because they will not have the option of seeking reinstatement with the college. The current bylaws that we're requesting you rescind, as well as the current policies, speak to what happens if someone who has life member status wishes to return to the profession. And under the current or under the previous rule, that was a reinstatement process. But now anyone who's in this category, if they wanted to return to the profession, they can, but they would be applying as a new member at that point. So the policy speaks to the fact that if they do return to the profession and apply as a new member, they won't be eligible to keep holding the legacy status at that time. So next, the policy has some requirements around making sure that the person who's applying isn't in default of any of their obligations, that they don't have anything outstanding that's owing to the college, and that there hasn't been anything in their actions that would make it inconsistent with their ongoing association with the college. So in a sense, there's some character element built into this policy so that there's discretion on the part of the committee or the board that if something in someone's prior conduct or if new conduct comes to light that might bring the reputation of the profession into disrepute, that there is a discretion to say that this is not someone who should be associated with the college under legacy status. And then another change from the current system is currently life members are extended the right to vote in board elections. And the board decided at the last meeting not to extend this to the new category of legacy retired opticians. And the rationale given at the time was a public interest rationale that the public interest would best be served by having those who are currently active in the profession be the ones participating in board elections. So all the documents are in your package, and that's my general overview. Just to kind of recap the public interest considerations here, the object of your decision today is just to make sure that these documents that are in front of you align with those considerations that were outlined by the board in March. So number one is to reduce that public confusion. So if you'll recall, the original proposal from the registration committee had proposed the term honorary retired optician status, and that was actually changed at the board meeting to legacy retired optician status, as it was felt that this name would be more aligned with what this actually is and would avoid that confusion of suggesting that someone is granted an honorary status for something that they weren't originally qualified in. So that's been accounted for in these documents. And this is also, it was identified as being in the public interest to maintain some recognition of people with this status, that there is some value in that. In terms of diversity, equity, and inclusion, I already touched on the question of participation in board elections. So that was taken into account by the board back in March when deciding to limit voting to active members. So this has already been discussed at length. And finally, in terms of risk management, this was the balance that the board decided to strike between this recognition, the desire to have this recognition, but also to avoid public confusion. So in doing so, part of the decision was to move that off the public register and have a dedicated area of our website that would make sure that it's clear what this status means and what it does not mean. So that is all from me, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Yeah, Amy, two questions. First one, is there anything in the bylaw that would stop a person from, if they go to retire and then come back into the field later on when they want to volunteer to give something back to mentor someone? Would that affect their status at all in any way?
No, not necessarily. So once someone has resigned or is revoked through the automatic provisions, they're not entitled to practice opticianry in any capacity, but they are no longer under our jurisdiction. So they any layperson has the authority to work under the delegation of another authorized dispenser. If they choose to do so, that is their purview. And while they can't formally supervise students under our student intern supervision program, there's nothing precluding mentorship so long as they are not practicing the profession and performing controlled acts in a way that would violate the legislation.
And for a person that is currently maybe a life member 5 years ago, will they automatically roll into the new designation?
Yeah, so we've contacted life members, or we will be contacting them this week to let them know that we will be automatically switching the status over, but anyone is welcome to contact us if they would prefer not to be included in the new status.
Excellent, thank you.
I think Peggy?
Just following, I've got a second question, but following what Steve was saying. So they can mentor, but they wouldn't be able to mentor, like be a contact lens mentor or something that somebody needed for their registration.
Correct.
But just as a general guide to life in, or as an optician or something like that, they could.
Yeah.
If somebody retires and they want to come back, what hoops do they have to go through now compared to what they would have had to do before? Do they have to start over as if they just graduated?
Not necessarily. It really depends. We would have to look at all of the factors at the time that they apply. So anyone who is a fair amount out from when they completed their education or the national exams has to undergo some form of competency gap analysis or refresher course. So typically that would be the major step that they would need to complete in order to be eligible to reapply, but they might need to meet some other criteria depending on when they first registered and how those requirements compare to the requirements now.
What was going on before when somebody retired and then wanted to come back?
So oftentimes when someone retired before, they didn't actually resign their registration with the college. They merely didn't renew and then they were administratively suspended.
Okay.
So anyone who was administratively suspended had the ability to apply for a reinstatement. If it was under 3 years, there weren't really any additional steps they needed to take. If it was over 3 years, the application would go in front of the registration committee, who would often require a competency gap analysis at that point. So that would go through registration and it would be through that pathway, but they wouldn't have to go through a full new application process like they will now.
And they would have to do some of their professional, whatever they hadn't done of their profession in between, whatever that's called, continuing education.
No, suspended opticians don't need to complete continuing education, but oftentimes when they're being assessed for practice readiness at that reinstatement phase, there might be some requirement to complete some additional refresher or
The 3
continuing
years,
education.
no, but when it's more than 3 years, yes.
Yeah.
And so I'm assuming that if somebody retired and it's been 2 or 3 years, there wouldn't be as rigorous a process to re-register them as if it had been 5 or 10 years.
Re-registration is different. It's no longer going to be based on the currency of their recent experience in the same way. It's going to be as though they're a brand new applicant. And the main time frame that we look at that stage is how long it's been since they completed their exams or their education. And in most of these cases, it will be a significant period. If they have practice experience within the prior 3 years, that will work in their favor. If they don't, then they will need to complete a competency gap analysis.
Just fair. But what happens if it's been 2 years? How onerous would that be? I'm concerned about the public, and if we need opticians and somebody's been out for 2 years and they want to come back and they've got 30 years of experience, that we're making it difficult for them.
Well, you know, in essence, this is a small group of people. Some of them, if there were an emergency, be aware that we also have an emergency class now, which they might be eligible for.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. Thank you.
Thank you. Tanya?
I just want to clarify. So we've already made the decisions about this. It's just these are updates to bylaws to reflect the decisions we've already made then?
That's right.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you. Okay. any issues or concerns with the considerations around public interest, DEI, risk management, anything else that hasn't already been answered for you through this process? Okay, checking Omar. I'm not seeing anything. All right, so I'm feeling like we can probably go right to motion then, Derek, and there are three.
There are, so we're gonna have some fun with this. We're gonna take some stuff away and we're gonna add some stuff to the group, okay? So the first thing I need to do is I need somebody to make the motion to rescind Article 3 of the college's bylaws. This is the one that was pertaining to the life membership, correct? Yes, perfect.
Regina.
Regina, thank you. It's all, Regina, you're always the first one with the hand up. May I have a seconder? Stephen, thank you. And all in favor? Perfect, okay. And so now I'm gonna ask for somebody to make the motion to rescind the life member policy. Carlo and seconder Tanya, and all in favor? Perfect, thank you. And now the one we get to add some stuff. So someone to approve the new legacy retired optician status policy. Peggy, we'll add you on the motion for that one. Kevin, we'll have you as the seconder. All in favor? All right, perfect, thank you. And that is done. And to the registration committee, excellent job on this entire thing. It's been a lot of minutia and going left and right and all of the things. So you guys did a great job with that. All right.
Okay, thank you. So we're now going to have Elliot Borens join us, Governance Committee Chair, to take us through the board policy review and updates.
Thank you very much. So as you may recall, the policy governance manual has a number of policies, and one of the responsibilities of the governance committee is to regularly review all of these policies according to the review schedule. Now, at each board meeting, the governance committee brings forward policies that are scheduled for content review as per this schedule. This quarter, there are 3 policies that are up for review. So that is the Quality Assurance Committee Terms of Reference and Mandate Policy, the Clinical Practice Committee Terms of Reference and Mandate Policy, and the Intellectual Property Policy. So for all 3, there are no updates proposed by the committee at this time, as it appears that the policies remain relevant to meet the board's needs. So the first one that we're going to review and look at here is the Quality Assurance Committee Terms of Reference and Mandate Policy. Okay. And this is designed to outline the composition, authority, and accountability and responsibilities of the Quality Assurance Committee. The policy was first approved in May of 2012 and last reviewed in December of 22. Okay. So is there any discussion for this one? Okay.
Not seeing any hands. I think you can move on.
Sounds good. So next, we're going to turn to the Clinical Practice Committee Terms of Reference and Mandate Policy. And this one is designed to outline the composition, authority, accountability, and responsibilities of the Clinical Practice Committee. This policy was first approved in February of 21 and last reviewed in December of 22.
Questions? Nope.
Great. And lastly, we're going to review the intellectual property policy. Now, this is designed to outline any work or ideas created by the board or committee members while working within the college, and that it belongs to the college unless a written agreement states otherwise. This policy was first approved in October of 18 and last reviewed in May of 22.
Any questions? Yes, Tanya. Let's
Is her
get the
microphone on?
microphone.
Just a general question. I know it says we do continue to review them, but are we reviewing them all more regularly? Because some of them, it seems like there's a larger gap in when they've been reviewed.
Amy, we have them on a schedule, right?
Yeah, so there's a schedule, and depending on the nature of the policy, there's either typically a 3 years, the standard, but some policies have been given a 4 or 5 year review period because of the nature of the policy, where they don't tend to change on a regular basis. So that's just to sort of keep the workload in a reasonable rate, because there are quite a number of them.
Okay, perfect. I just wanted to make sure there was a reason why some of them had a longer period of review and others were shorter. Thank you.
Sure thing.
Any other questions? Yes, Steve.
Just popped in my head. In this day and age of social media, if a person wanted to either, it was a member of staff that wanted to leave the college and write a book
Yeah.
and take his or her learnings from the college, would that policy forbid it?
I'm going to pass that off to Amy for that one.
Sure. So this particular policy is with respect to the board's governance processes. So it's really specific to the board and committee members. We do have internal personnel policies that pertain to staff around confidentiality that extends beyond their tenure at the college. So that is accounted for in internal policies.
Just wanted to make sure that was covered. Thanks.
Any other questions? All right then. So I just want to highlight that to the board that the public interest, DEI, and risk management considerations are the same for all of these 3 policies. So checking in if there are any questions with regards to those considerations. Yes, Derek.
From a DEI perspective, I assume that we're looking at everything with a DEI lens at this point when we're reviewing those. Have you found that there's much that we need to specifically alter or change from a DEI perspective, or has it been pretty good so far based on the previous?
So in these items that we're discussing today, there were no DEI issues that came up, nor risk management. So when we're reviewing these policies, we generally go at it, we review them with 2 big lenses upon the ones that we already apply. So that the first one is DEI, to make sure that there's that those concerns are being taken care of, but also risk management to ensure that the college is not taking on any undue risk or anything like that. So I can safely say that these policies that we're discussing today, we've applied both the risk and the DEI lens to it.
And there were no DEI concerns or considerations on quality assurance committee or clinical practice committee? in terms of reference?
Not in the items that we were covering.
Okay, thank you.
Any other points or considerations? Okay, Derek, I think you can go ahead with the
All
motions.
righty. Thank you for your work and the work of your committee, Elliot. Could I have somebody make the motion that the board approve no changes to all 3 policies as recommended by the governance committee? Regina, thank you. And Paul is my seconder. All in favor? Perfect. And Regina, I am going to start looking that way first, just so you're aware.
Fun to make a motion for nothing. All right, we're going to move now. We're going to keep Elliot in the hot seat to talk about the 2025 board action plan.
Yep. So we're going to have that on the screen now. So the board held a working session in March to review the results of the board and committee 2024 self-evaluations to identify action plan items for the board to focus on in 25. These items have been compiled into the attached draft 2025 action plan. Some items have been carried forward from prior year's action plans. At its most recent meeting, the governance committee reviewed the draft and agreed that the plan accurately reflects the action plan items for the board's focus in 2025. So the governance committee is recommending that the board approve the 2025 action plan. Once approved, the action plan will be posted on the COO website, and the board will receive periodic status updates for it.
The floor is open for discussion or questions. Derek.
So looking at the action plan, items 3 and 4 are listed as in progress, but no progress has been made on them to this point. Is that correct?
Let's pull those up.
I'm going by the big blank spot on the other side. Okay. What is the intention of what that's going to look like going, just so a general feel of what that's going to look like going forward?
So what we do is this is, initial approval of the plan, and we'll add to it during the year. And then in March of each year, we bring you forward the last year's plan and show another progress report
Yep.
of where we're at with all of those items. I can tell you that item 4 will be complete as of tomorrow.
Nice. Okay. And number 3?
Number 3, we'll get back to you.
Okay. I have been told. All right. Thank you.
Okay. So any issues with regards to the action plan? Does it reflect the things that we all think need to be focused on?
We have
Okay,
crickets.
by silence, I
yeah.
think everyone is in agreement that it's good as it is. So I think you can move to your motion.
Alrighty. So, we're on the work plan. Yeah. All right. So, no, this is for action plan.
Yep.
Where am I?
11:30.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Sorry, I scrolled up too far. Could I have somebody make the motion that the board approve the 2025 board action plan as recommended by the governance committee? Tanya, thank you. Any seconders on the side? Carlo, thank you. All in favor?
Okay, wonderful. And as we covered, thank you, Elliot, very much for your work. As we covered item 7 earlier on this morning, we are now at lunch, so we are going to break early. I don't think anyone will complain about that. And will we be starting back at 1:30 as planned?
That's what we're hoping. Just people following our agenda might be joining us in the afternoon.
Yes, and
Plus
we do
guest
have a guest
speaker.
speaker immediately after lunch. So we are starting back with our guest speaker at 1:20, not 1:30. So if everyone can be back a few minutes before that, and we can get the live stream back up and have our guests ready to go.
So how about we say no later than 1:15, everyone back in their seats?
Mhm.
Okay, so you have 2 hours. Enjoy.
Yeah, what are we gonna do with
Just
ourselves?
going to also mention, I'm just going to shut the mics off. We can go on lunch break. For those of you who are online, we'll get started with our meeting in just a moment.
All right, everybody.
Okay, welcome back. Hope everyone enjoyed their lunch. Fazelle will now introduce our speaker, Deanna Williams.
Hi, Deanna. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
So I'm just going to do a quick introduction. Many of you around the table know Deanna, but just for background, in a former life, she was a past registrar at the College of Pharmacists, one of the larger colleges in our network. Deanna has founded Dundee Consulting, who has worked with other colleges in doing various things, including external reviews. Deanna has also worked with the Ministry of Health and consulted on many topics there. So she is a valued resource and has got a very keen perspective from inside and outside on college performance. She was part of our first external review that we did a few years back, and we're on deck for another external review this year. And so Deanna's going to talk a little bit about how that'll work. It's going to be a little bit different from the first one as we sort of go through the iterations. They'll be a little bit more involved and a little bit more robust. So Deanna, without further ado, I'll turn it over to you to walk us through this.
Okay, thanks very much, Fazelle, and hi, everybody. Good afternoon. I'm going to see if I can share this, my screen for you. Let's see, oops, I'll go back to the first one. Okay, can everyone see that all right?
Absolutely.
Okay, so I wanted to just do a little recap, to the review, if you will, of what we talked about in June and what was agreed to in June, and then just bring you up to speed on what the plan is going forward after your meeting today. So in June, we had a couple of things. One was we talked about why we do these external assessments of the board's effectiveness, and that is one of the expectations that's set out under the CPMF. And as Fazelle mentioned, your second review is due this year. And what was proposed to you back in December, is that in lieu of doing the same, just a repeat of the process that we used in 2023, we would come back and look at what's a different approach that we could use to assess the board's effectiveness and then report on it in a different way. So instead of repeating the same process, what was proposed was a two-part evaluation that will assess the performance while also aligning with best practices and hopefully give rise to good feedback and identified areas where some opportunity for improvement might exist. So that's how I think we want to proceed in the next iteration. You saw this slide in December, and I talked about, the literature being fairly clear in the research that self-assessment, which is a favorite approach, everyone likes it because it's easy and it's relatively, non-threatening. I assess myself and I'm happy with that. But just self-assessment without some other process to validate the assessment that someone is doing on themselves isn't really aligned with best practice. So that's why we suggested a two-prong approach for this review. So a different way to assess the effectiveness of the board, it's really about, how do individual board members see that each of us perform? How do we think we perform? And then how do we think others perform, or how do others see us? And the blend of those results actually gives us a really good comparison between how I see myself performing, how others see me performing, and how we all perform compared to how we all rated the board collectively. And I think that those are very valuable results and a real good learning experience. And that would be followed by subsequent one-on-one discussions that would happen between individual board members who have gone through the process and the board chair and vice chair, and I'd be there to kind of help and guide that process. And that would provide an opportunity for you, having gone through the process, to provide input into it and also to reflect on the comparative results that you get back based on what you did in your own assessment. And I think to the second point there is, as previously mentioned, the feedback would also provide an opportunity, I think, for, as we go through it and reflect on what worked in the process, what didn't work in the process, and what could be done, where are the opportunities for improvement, either for me personally or for us collectively going forward. And that would form the basis of the report that will come back to you as a board in late September at your meeting. So evaluating it using a blend of the self and the peer assessments. This is what was agreed to in December. So I just wanted to review that with you. And that does align with best governance practices in other boards. You would be at the head of the curve in Ontario, but in other regulatory boards across jurisdictions and professions, this is seen as a best practice. So as I mentioned, what results you would get back is, how did I rate myself? How does that compare to how the peers collectively rated me? And then looking at how everyone rated everybody, looking at those sort of snapshot results of how the board collectively sees itself performing. And then that is what would form the basis of the report that I would do when I analyze the results on the effectiveness of the board. So a different approach for sure, but I think a unique and also effective one. So what I would propose is that you use a 4-point rating scale, and I'll talk a little bit about the survey that you're going to be getting in a few minutes. And the reason the 4-point rating scale is seen as sort of a preferred approach is that when you give a 5-point rating scale where 3 is sort of like average, so you strongly feel away, you sort of feel away, you're not sure, or everything's okay, and then you don't see it and it goes negative. People tend to go to the median and use it as a tick off. And I think when you have the 4 points, it really sort of stimulates us to kind of think about being more thoughtful about how we're rating someone and why we're attributing a particular score to somebody based on the criteria that you have in front of you. Having said that, I do think it's valuable to add an option to assign an X instead of a numeric rating in the cases where someone is brand new to the board and you got them to assess, but you really haven't seen enough of their performance or observed enough to be able to effectively assess an individual on how they meet certain criteria. And the other is that even if you have been at board meetings, you feel you lack the knowledge or experience to be able to assign a score based on someone else's demonstrated skills, behavior, or traits. And I think it would be an opportunity in the one-on-one discussions to sort of where you did assign an X to really talk about that. What made you give an X as opposed to something else? Because that would be a learning experience for me and for you and also for the college. So, to talk about if I assign an X, what was the basis of that? So an overview of the process, and this sort of follows what we talked about again in December, but the survey that you'd be getting is going to be short, relatively short. It's not going to have any more than 15 questions or criteria against which you'll be assessing yourself, and 5 other peer directors who will be randomly assigned to you. And the one thing I do want to say, and I'm going to talk about this in the next couple of slides, is it's really important to know that you will know who it is that you're going to be assessing, because you need to know obviously who they are, but it isn't going to be made public, and no one will know unless you share it. No one will know who assessed each other. So I think that's an important piece to raise with you and let you know. Then once we got the results, I would work with the board chair and the vice chair to look at the aggregate results and help them prepare for one-on-one reflections with each board member to discuss the results. And then also, what were your impressions of the overall process? What worked? Was there anything that didn't work, and what could we do better going forward? So you'd be getting the results back as individuals on what your own score was, what the aggregate scores were from the 5 peers who assessed you, or the other peers who assessed you. And then, how did your individual scores compared with how everyone thinks the board collectively does? And I think that those are some good comparative and results that give meaningful data. And then I would do a report based on the analysis of everything that comes out of this process and submit it to you, present it to you at your meeting on September the 22nd. So just again, some key considerations. It's confidentiality of the peer scoring will be assured. So we're not going to be sharing names. And I think that it's really important that everyone feels comfortable with this, that it's only going to be aggregate scores, and that you'll know who you assessed, but they won't know who you assessed. And the new process really does represent a leading edge approach. I mean, this is really leading the way, I think, to where other colleges are moving towards, but aren't quite there yet. And I think embracing it as a learning and continuous improvement exercise is really key as we go forward, because it's new. Some of the timelines, it was agreed in December that the process would begin after the June meeting. So ideally, the self-assessments should be completed by everybody, hopefully by the end of June. And if they could be completed by the end of June, that would give us time to analyze the results, prepare for one-on-one discussions, which could be, then scheduled in the early part of the summer and hopefully be completed by the middle of August. And then that would give me time to take everything, put it together, develop the findings and the draft report that can come in to the college for a quality assurance process towards the end of August. And then the final support report would be coming to the board at your meeting in September. So that's kind of it in a nutshell. There's a lot of information there, but I thought I would just sort of walk you through it, and I'm happy to take any questions or comments that you might have. So
Thank you, Deanna. I know we have a question from Derek.
So am I on mic?
Yeah.
So Deanna, just for clarity's sake, and I believe you covered it, the conversation after about the individual's performance, that will not specifically be put into that final report with names attached to it, right? There is a level of anonymity at the end.
Right, that's right. What would be reported, Derek, is that you went through that process, because that is the best practice. So it would be there to support a finding of board effectiveness. But no, that would be what the board members will get out of it individually. So, you'd have your results, you'd see how your results compare to, other results. And you may have some thoughts about why that is. The chair and vice chair might have some thoughts as to, we're hearing these things from other board members. What do you think about board education geared to a particular thing going forward? So it would be more like a learning opportunity and a reflection opportunity, but no, it would not make itself in the report.
And I was just thinking that as well, that it's very much designed for a self-growth and, a little bit of time to kind of study how you're functioning as a board member. So I think that's an amazing idea. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Derek.
Tanya.
I think Omar maybe had to stand up before me.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Omar?
Well, thank you once again for recognizing that. My question, Danya, who would be the one to frame these questions? Would it be you, or would it be a set of framed questions by some other source?
It would be me proposing questions that fit within the 5 kind of categories that we'd want to be aligned with your skills and competency profile that you have. And so you have 5 different categories. So there would be criteria, maybe 3 questions or criteria under each category, so that I'd like really no more than 15, Omar, because if you do any more than that, it gets kind of onerous and long. So that's what I would do. And so once we finish here, I would send that into the staff and make sure we were on the same page, that the questions and criteria were suitable, and then we would craft the survey.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tanya?
So before we start, Deanna, can I get you to drop your screen share? You just get a better view.
Oh, get me off screen share?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, there we go. Okay, there we go.
Two questions. How would the vice chair and the chair receive their feedback? Would they present it to each other, or would other board members present that to them?
Yeah, well, that's a good question. You could do it one of 2 ways, Tanya. One would be a board member, like just including everybody in the board member mix, so that the chair and vice chair would actually have peers that they would be, 5 peers that they would be assessing based on what they, you know, and people would do the same. This is not really, this would not be really geared to a specific chair review or vice chair review in your position as chairs. This is more about board performance. But I think that's a good question because, you know, going forward, I mean, that is the best practice is to have your chair, you know, reviewed. But I think that would have to be done with different questions. So it could either be done as part of this or as a separate component.
If I may, I think what Tawny was asking was that if I'm, as a chair, if I'm being reviewed as a board member, which I am, who would be doing that? Would it be my vice chair and another member of executive doing that with me, or not assessing me as a chair, but assessing me as a board member? And I think there's value in both.
Yes, so if it was as a board member, I would say you would go into the randomly assigned peer pool and you would have other board members assessing you as a board member. But I think the chair, your role as chair is a little bit different because you do participate, you're right, Derek, you do participate as a board member and you are a member of the board and you should be able to review other peers on the board. But your chair, I think, is different. The chair, how someone assessing how you do at chairing meetings is a different skill set, I think. So I would deal with it separately.
And then I have another question. It seems like this is just for people like elected members sitting at the board table. Would we ever include our appointed members in giving them feedback or giving them some evaluation as well? Because I think thinking back to when I was an appointed member, I probably would have appreciated some feedback.
Oh, this is for everybody. It's
okay.
not,
It does include appointed members.
it includes the whole board. It's not for, this shouldn't separate out whether you're appointed or elected.
Sorry, Deanna, I think we use the term appointed member at our college to refer to our non-board committee members.
Okay,
yes.
Public members? What?
No, our non-board committee members.
Okay.
So yeah, like, so either they're, you know, opticians appointed by the board just to sit on committees, but those they are joined here today in our gallery, but they're not members of the board.
Okay, so but the question was whether you would have the lay members plus the elected members. Was that the question?
No, I think the question is whether the non-board committee members are part of this
Oh, I
evaluation
see.
process, which
Yes,
I don't believe
I'm
is the
sorry.
case, no.
No, it's not. And I'm sorry, I misunderstood. It was terminology. Thanks.
Yeah. We all have slightly different terms at each
We
regulatory
do.
body, yeah.
We do. Thank you.
So, if I may, it could be interesting to see this rolled out at the board level and then eventually down to a committee level.
Absolutely. So there's definitely room to have an added process if the board decides that that would be valuable.
Also, they get to like watch from a different perspective when the board is actually working with each other. So maybe something for us to consider. I think their feedback's really important.
Mhm.
Other questions? I'm not seeing any. So I think, Deanna, you are done. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Oh, well, listen, thank you very much. I will see all of you in probably the one-on-one discussions later this summer. And I know that it is the summer and people like to take time off in the summer, but I really thank you in advance while I have you for, you know, your willingness to do this and take the time. It's really important and I really do appreciate it. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Deanna. Take care. All right, so we're now going to move to Paul Imola, who will present the annual strategic work plan policy monitoring report.
Whatever you'd like.
Wherever you like. You can stay where
Do
you
you
are, or
want the
you can
podium?
go up to the podium.
You know you want to. Come on. All right. Yes, you absolutely can.
It would be random, of course.
Completely random when all of you assess me.
First of all, this is not me, but anyway, here to review the Board Annual Strategic Work Plan Policy Monitoring Report. In December of 18, the board approved the board strategic agenda work plan policy. The purpose of this policy is to ensure that the board adopts and follows an annual integrated strategic agenda work plan to set priorities and guide board members and responsibilities throughout the year. You will have received that in Appendix A and B, and hopefully if everybody here has taken a minute to look at that. That's June 23 to May 25. There are 3 policy criteria which outline what the board is responsible for. I'm going to run through each one of them and explain how the board has met these criteria. So policy criteria 1, the board is responsible for leading its own strategic governance goals and agenda, as well as the agenda for regular board meetings. So I found that the board will have fulfilled this policy by preparing an annual work plan and understanding the monitoring board's progress towards completion of this work plan, and where tasks are not completed, identifying the reasons and potential course of corrective actions for them. The next column over, you would have noticed that the evidence that the board has fulfilled this requirement includes the December 23 minutes. These minutes indicate a review of the 23 strategic work plan in which many key items were on the schedule for completion, and items that were deferred were completed later on that year. At the same meeting, the board also approved the strategic work plan for 24. The June 24 minutes indicate that the board received a mid-year review of the 24 strategic work plan. Finally, in December of 24 minutes, these minutes indicate that the board's review and approval of the strategic work plan for 25. I did indicate that that the compliance has been fully achieved. Initially, I'd made a recommendation that we continue to ensure that the deferred items are dealt with in an efficient manner. And I didn't like the wording of that, so I'm going to actually change it that I applaud us for that. And I think I encourage that we continue on that path, because I think it was very, very, very well. Wording wasn't good there, but I encourage us to keep on that path because it's the right one. The policy criteria number 2, the annual board strategic agenda work plan will be recorded such that each board member can see at a glance the work plan for the year. Again, the board will have fulfilled its role if the information within that agenda work plan is clear, concise, and easy to interpret for all of us at a glance. This is evidenced by the fact that in December of 24, the board reviewed the achievement of the 24 strategic agenda work plan, which was presented in a clear, concise, and color-coded chart format. At the December 24 meeting, the board also received its strategic agenda work plan for 25. This again was presented in a clear, transparent, easy to read format, which allowed each board member to see at a glance the board's work plan for the full year. I have therefore indicated that the compliance has been fully achieved. Policy criteria number 3, the last column. The need for a new or updated governing policy can be identified by board members, the registrar, committee members, external advisors, and others. The board will have fulfilled its role if it continues to develop and maintain policy governance manual by evaluating, updating, and approving the implementation of its governance policies. And this is evidenced by the fact that the board decision-making policy and the board policy development policy are in place, which outlines the board's decision-making policy and development process. Minutes from the December 23, June 24, and December 24 meetings also indicate that the board's reviewed and approved the 24-25 strategic work plan. And during this time, no amendments were requested by the board for additional policies to be updated or developed. So I indicated that compliance has been fully achieved. And I'd like to take 30 seconds to really thank Sarah. She was awesome. Staff is awesome.
That was less than 30 seconds. Do you want to keep going?
I could. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Paul.
Awesome. Thanks.
Wonderful, thank you. So any questions or feedback for Paul? I'm not seeing any. So as this is a monitoring report, no motion is required. So we will now move on to the monitoring reports presented by Fazal.
I'll turn my microphone on. Okay. Since we're running great on time.
I can do our little introduction. So just a reminder. So the purpose of monitoring reports is to have a system in place to periodically check in on each one of the board's governance policies to make sure that they're achieving the desired results. The monitoring process is one of the primary ways that the board exercises its risk management responsibility. The policies in the governance manual establish risk boundaries that the registrar is to operate within, and the registrar is required to satisfy the board through these reports that the policy is being reasonably interpreted and reasonably achieved. When the registrar brings forward a monitoring report, therefore, the board will be asked two main questions. One, was the registrar's interpretation of the policy reasonable? And two, did the registrar comply with the policy as reasonably interpreted? The feedback that you provide will inform the evaluation of the registrar's performance and by consequence, the organization's performance. So after each report, I will ask you those two questions. You'll have an opportunity to have any discussion necessary, and then we'll call for a motion on each policy as we go through the process.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
take it on.
So this is where I give 3 of these reports, so it might not be super exciting, but it's a bit of rinse and repeat in the sense the format's the same, as Karen has alluded to. So the first one is the financial condition policy. So that one, there's a number, as I always point out in the chart, the policy requirements go down the left side, and then the right side is sort of what the team's interpretation is and the evidence to support it. So I'll go through the policy requirements. For instance, the first policy requirement is stating the financial position. In 2024 fiscal year ended with a surplus of revenue in the amount of $463,000. The college's audited net assets at the end of December were about $5,900,000, including $96,000 in restricted assets. Or I would say that comes in the form of reserves for funding for sexual abuse therapy. Expenditure-wise, there was an increase in board and committee expenses, resulting in about a $34,000 variance to budget. This was a reflection of a decision to go into more in-person meetings that year. So in 2023, we hadn't accounted for 2, we had accounted for 1. But nonetheless, we still came out in very good shape because the overall total expenditure was still under budget by 1%. And this could be attributed to things like having a little bit less external legal advice, since we do have our deputy registrar who is an abundance of legal knowledge. We have had an indefinite deferral of the MSF project. So the multi-source feedback process for the quality assurance program, we've always put it into the budget each year, but last year the board decided, okay, we're permanently suspending it. So this year forward, we have not put it into the budget. So these variances are all presented and explained to the finance committee each quarter and brought to the board quarterly. As far as debt goes, no funds were borrowed or loaned in 2024 or into the first quarter of this year. And then as far as general reserves go, general reserves funds were not accessed in 2024 as budgeted, as we knew that we were anticipating a surplus. The restricted reserve for funding of therapy and counseling remains unused for this period. As far as payments and receivables, vendor payments, payroll, board expenses, source deductions, HST payments have all been remitted within the 30-day payment schedule, mostly via EFT and some checks if necessary. And the EFT check run happens every 2 weeks. As far as reporting, the financial condition of the board, the college is reported to the executive/finance committee and the board each quarter through the financial variance report, which has been given for the past year by blessing. The executive committee reviews the report in detail prior to the presentation of the board. So this was an easy one, and this is my report. So opening up for any questions and then hand it back to the chair.
Tanya and then Steve.
Just a general question. I'm not sure if it's well placed here, so if we need to come back to it. Just wondering, for the therapy and counseling fund, I know we didn't use it in this period, but just a question about that in general. So I think earlier we were talking about there's 16,000 that we have. I remember hearing 16,000, or how does it, can you just clarify how it works a little bit for me?
Yeah,
And I might have a
so
follow-up.
I think legislatively, we're required to allocate about 16,000
So
per
Yeah, technically, we're not required to have a reserve fund for this. We're doing this out of a matter of prudence because we are required to provide this funding should a valid claim be made for it. So it was this board's decision when the legislation introduced this requirement a number of years ago that we would actually set aside and restrict these funds so that we can always confirm that they are ready and available should they be drawn upon. So there is a policy, which is slightly different from this policy, but also has monitoring reports fairly regularly under the reserves policy that puts some criteria around that and also notes that even in between reports, the board would get a report out anytime there's a drop below 25% in that reserve fund that's specifically allocated for this purpose.
And then I just have a question. How did we pick the like that amount that we keep in that fund?
Sure. So what the legislation says is that someone is entitled to, and they set out a formula that is tied to OHIP billing rates. And they say the maximum entitlement under this program is this formula that you follow. So we looked at the formula and we identified what the maximum amount was, and then we took 4 times that amount to have enough in the fund at all given times for 4 claims.
And one more question. I'm full of questions on this topic. If there was a claim that came in that was more than that, like per person, would it come to the board to say, I don't know, there was this like extreme circumstance that this person needs more money to cover this, and then we'd make a decision whether we would allocate more money to them, or is it just pretty?
It is limited to the maximum amount, which we have never had an instance where that's been drawn upon in a significant way. If the Patient Relations Committee would be the committee that would consider sort of any type of program that goes over and beyond the program that's accounted for in the legislation.
Okay. Thank you for the clarity.
Thank you for the questions.
Thank you, Steve.
Yeah, my question, it's more of a comment. If in the event that we decide to take Diana's evaluation report down to the committee level, then would staff be bringing something forward in upcoming budgets to make sure we include all the appointed people included in that cost factor? Because I think we've got a lot of expertise and knowledge around the room, and I think it would give them a greater sense of belonging.
Yeah, we definitely, if that was the direction of the board, as long as we talk about it before the fall budgeting cycle, and then we could get quotes, obviously from Deanna about the expanded scope of cost. So by all means.
And if I may, I think on that one, Stephen, we have this opportunity where we're going to be applying it to the board this year, and then we can kind of, we'll all be in that really good position to reflect on whether or not that we perceive a value, and then we can include it in the budgeting.
Thank you.
Yes, Peggy.
Sorry, Peggy, just 1 second.
On that, what would the timing be if we wanted to do that next year?
So being
Like
that
the
this
budget timing.
budget timing, we start working on budget probably in the summer and into the fall. So it would be good to know that. One thing I'll note, like this is every 3 years, I believe, that we're doing the external. So we would make sure we put it in the budget for the year that the next 3-year cycle comes up.
Does it need to be on the same cycle, or is it something that could be considered to be done next year and we decide today to do it?
We could get a quote on that. Typically, though, there is some efficiencies to be gained by doing it all together, because when you bring on an external consultant, usually a significant amount of the cost is that sort of initial cost of the program, and then sort of adding a number additional people might be a bit of an extra additional cost, but it would be expanding an existing thing that we'd already be committed to payment wise.
Versus that if she came along in January and added on.
And did a whole new process.
Yeah.
Okay. That decreases the time pressure for a decision today.
Yeah, and certainly if this does happen on schedule over the summer as planned, then when the report is delivered in September, we can canvass this board for your experience with it. And should there be a desire to proceed with something more quickly, we'll at least have your feedback ahead of the budget being finalized, which happens in December.
Okay, any other questions? All right. I think we can go to motion.
Okay, so as was mentioned at the beginning, we're going to have 2 motions for this one. Could I have somebody make the motion that the board approve the registrar's interpretation of the policy was reasonable? Paul and seconder Stephen, and all in favor? Excellent, thank you. And motion two, could I have someone make the motion that the board agrees that the registrar CEO complied with the policy? Regina, thank you. And Carlo, seconder, thank you. All in favor? Perfect, that passes as well. Giselle, if you'd like to continue.
Okay, so the next report, monitor report, is the investment policy monitoring report. Turn off the other mics that don't need to be on. Okay, so again, down the left side are the policy requirements. Down the right side is sort of the interpretation and evidence. So first requirement is investing funds that when the investment of funds is managed. So the registrar has managed the CO investments using the services of an investment advisor over at BMO Nesbitt Burns to provide us with expertise in the area of investment. As far as the investment parameters go, some of the key investment parameters are liquidity, reasonable liquidity, and capital preservation. So to that end, I believe we've met this expectation of reasonable liquidity by maintaining a liquidity ratio of 2.0 and ensuring that the invested maturity dates are all split throughout the year, sort of staggered, so that we have access to the funds throughout the year. Preservation of capital has been done through a very conservative investment strategy, mainly GICs. We've invested funds that will achieve a reasonable rate of return on investment between 3.89 to 3.94% against a market that's currently yielding about 3.4%. And that was basically good timing on our part. I would say that we were having funds that were coming up for maturity, and we were able to invest them and lock them in before interest rates actually dropped by the Bank of Canada. So we kind of lucked out on that, and we'll be realizing those investments in June of 2025, and then further in a couple more months in October. We basically have a diverse investment portfolio through multiple GICs that are all within the CDIC insurance limit. And we also have a high interest savings account to park funds that we need for the next 12 months of operation. Additionally, invested operational funds that are not needed for a period of 3 months are put into a high interest savings account that's giving us 3%, so not far off from locking it into a GIC. As far as evaluation of results, with the support of the deputy registrar and the finance manager, we regularly monitor the investments to ensure compliance with the policy, as well as the external investment advisor giving us advice and monitoring of the performance of our investments. So essentially, these are the policy requirements, and these are the evidence and interpretation. So again, turning it back to the chair and vice.
Wonderful. Any feedback or concerns with respect to the interpretation of the investment policy? Yes, Steve.
I followed this particular policy. It's one of my favorites since I've come on the board, and it's done excellent, and it's very well managed by staff, and kudos for excellent job that you've done since I've been on the board. That's since 2019.
Thanks, Steve.
I'm not saying I don't, but it says something about you that you have a favorite policy.
Really regulatory geeking out here.
I'm from Barrie.
Say no more. Any other comments or questions about the interpretation of the policy? Okay, any other comments around the steps that have been taken? Yeah, I think you're in the clear, so you can move to your motion.
All righty. So again, another two-part motion. So could I have somebody make the motion that the board approve the registrar's interpretation of the policy was reasonable? Did I see your hand? Yes. Kevin will make that motion. A seconder for that motion. Regina, thank you. All in favor? Perfect, and that's unanimous. And can I have somebody make the motion that the board agrees that the registrar CEO complied with the policy? Lycia, thank you. And Peggy, yes, you'll be my seconder for that. Thank you. All in favor? Fantastic, that passes as well. Now, my personal favorite policy, the registrar get hit by a bus policy.
Yes, we've talked about different ways of putting that, but I don't think I'd quit even if I won the lottery. Sorry.
So now we're at the hiccup. Yeah.
So nonetheless, yes, this is the emergency registrar CEO succession policy. which is probably going to be very similar to the last time I presented this. So this covers the period between 2023 and 2025 of January. So again, down the left side is the policy. Broken into columns here is interpretation and evidence. So one of the big highlights of this policy is ensuring that one or more senior staff are familiar with the board and the registrar process and are capable of assuming registrar responsibilities until an interim successor or permanent registrar is hired. So the crux of this, as far as interpretation and evidence, relies a lot to do with our deputy registrar. Some colleges, many colleges actually don't have deputy registrars. I think it's been an excellent process for us to have such. So the deputy registrar is tasked with carrying out the registrar's duties when they are absent or unable to act, and they're responsible for providing strategic advice to the registrar board and committees. Our deputy registrar is also legal counsel and has been a key member of the college exec admin team for several years now and is apprised of all major strategic initiatives. The deputy registrar continues to regularly interface with major stakeholders, including registrants through our webinars and in-person seminars, with the association, co-hosting several feedback sessions, including the standards of practice focus group, and the deputy registrar is copied on pretty much all correspondence with myself. In the event of a sustained absence of the registrar, the deputy registrar, being also our in-house legal counsel, has the authority to outsource her legal responsibilities to external legal and focus primarily on running the college. So, you know, we definitely we have the capacity and the capability. We're right now benefiting from the fact that that role is combined in-house. Myself and the deputy registrar meet minimum on a weekly basis, but pretty much as needed to discuss any organizational matters. The other thing also is in a sustained absence of myself, with Amy taking over my role and having to outsource any legal. The other thing is also I do play a little bit of a practice advice role. And the nice thing is we have a practice advisor who's an optician on staff with Peggy. So it can be easily managed between the two of them, where admin and operations are taken care of by Amy, and Peggy is assuming all of the practice advice. Let's see here. To assist the deputy registrar, other members of the senior staff are also involved, often with external stakeholders, as needed to develop relationships and understandings of the strategic direction. So where appropriate, department directors or managers are included in meetings with external stakeholders. This includes meetings with educational institutions, NACOR, and continuing education providers. So all of the sort of relationships are not just tied to myself, but have been spread out amongst all key staff. As far as keeping the board and chair informed of any major organizational problems or issues, the board chair and vice chair are kept abreast of issues and are well-versed in regulatory and opticianry practices and issues which are trending, whether they be provincial or nationally. Again, the registrar and the board chair speak regularly and or as required to confer on matters as they arise. The chair and the vice chair are regularly attend all pre-board meeting prep sessions to make sure that they're fully aware of what's happening with the agenda. Third, maintaining our college's records in an organized and accessible manner. The college records are organized and accessible to all staff as appropriate. There are levels of authority or access depending on privacy requirements. We developed a file retention policy that was developed by an external legal counsel back in 2019. The result is a more streamlined structure with a guide that staff can refer to, regardless of any type of staff turnover. The college's files are hosted in the cloud with multiple layers of backup and security to address possible cyber threats. IT projects in the last year or so have been completed to facilitate credit card payments for things such as quality assurance, accreditation fees, without the need to store these credit card numbers on file. So that's mitigated further risk for the college. And we've got the updated virtual boardroom, which has been streamlined for interface so that board members hopefully are finding it easier to navigate. And we make sure that we have a live walkthrough every January, plus smaller workshops that the communications manager and the finance specialist do as far as hands-on training to navigate the expense submission portion. So that is my interpretation of this policy, and I turn it back to the
Okay.
chair.
So other than, maybe adding like bubble wrap as a line item to protect our registrar and deputy registrar, are there any feedback or concerns with the interpretation of this policy? Tanya?
Sorry.
I think just a really positive comment. I think when I'm at an event or I see other registrants are at events, they get to see lots of different faces. So I think everyone kind of recognizes Fazal with our organization, but Amy has been, I think, at lots of them. Sometimes it's just Amy on some of the webinars and things. And I know Peggy is often at things. And I think Kevin, you were just at, was it the round table or yeah. And Derek is at lots of things. So I think just watching how everyone's like collaborating and really making an effort that not only we as a board know it, but our registrants and stakeholders are getting to know everyone and trust everyone as well is really important. So kudos to everyone on that.
Thanks, Tanya. Definitely, we're trying to, like, my big commitment is capacity building, making sure that everybody is connecting with our registrants, our stakeholders. And I think it's important that it humanizes our organization, having multiple teams. And I appreciate the team giving up their weekends to attend. I know that some of you are traveling in far to attend these events. I think, for instance, Peggy will be coming to Sudbury all the way from London. So the team travels in and it's building capacity. We're also trying to encourage them to take on some speaking roles at the events to speak to their little sections of the world. And it kind of creates, I watch registrants come up and say, thank you so much for getting me through QA submission again or registration. And they're knowing our team members by name. So I think it goes far for creating a relational organization.
Sorry, I should extend that to all the staff. Like I know oftentimes someone from registration will be at a CA event, but it really seems like you're doing a really good job and that this is very important. So.
Thank you.
If I might.
Yes.
So as much dark humor aside, and yes, I will always amusingly call it the registrar gets hit by a bus policy. I do want to say that it's a leadership and mindset thing. And as you were talking about is capacity building, and you were talking about that from a public facing and registrant facing perspective. But I also like to look at it for the rest of us on this board and for the appointeds behind me, that when you're here, and you set the example really well for this, and you always have for me as well, this organization is not us. It needs to live past us. And all of the policies and all of the processes and all of the things we do at this table and in our committees is designed to make that happen. And it's a thing that you can fall into where you can go, oh, I can write this policy or we can do this policy because I know Peggy, I'm going to pick on Peggy as our QA person, is going to run this and everything. Peggy's not here. I need to make sure it's run the same way. And I think that is a huge thing for us all to keep in the back of our mind. We're here for a short time, some of us longer than others, but we're here for a short time overall, and it has to live past us. And I think you setting that leadership example and having that capacity building and doing that is actually a great thing to the rest of the people who serve in this capacity. So thank you for that.
Thanks, Derek.
Great. Other questions, concerns?
Just
Yes.
one thing. I've noticed in the healthcare field lately, in this day of anyone can sue anyone. If I'm going to use an example in Barrie, for example, Barrie Hospital, 2 nurses won $40 million, husband and wife team. They were basically forced to resign from the hospital due to the lawsuits that were being filed against them at the hospital because of them winning the $40 million.
Interesting.
Wow.
Is that anything that we should be concerned about in the event of if someone here won that type of money, that it would open the college up to any potential lawsuits against?
So I'm not familiar with that. Like, it was a lottery pool at the.
Oh yeah, they won Lotto 649, they won $40 million. And then they were both nurses. One of them was in ICU and the other one was just a regular ward nurse. And then the patients started filing lawsuits against them.
To get access to
To
that
get
money.
access. to that money.
Yeah,
It's devious.
Yeah, it is.
well, we don't have a lottery pool yet.
So basically, the hospital couldn't force them out, but made it so hard on them that they both resigned.
I think at 40 million, I'd resign.
Continued work.
Yeah.
Come on, you know.
Both.
And so it was perceived that the hospital then became a target because they saw that there was this money there.
Yes.
That's weird.
Lack of care in the hospital, the nurses didn't do the jobs properly and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think we could, that's a good like over dinner conversation. But beyond that, any other comments or questions about the work done here around this policy? Okay, all right.
Peggy.
Sorry, go ahead, Peggy.
Oh, I'm sorry, Peggy.
I'm just going to expand a little more on what Derek was saying, because it's brought up this point of our work goes beyond today. And all of these policies, you know, every time we're reviewing everything, it doesn't really apply necessarily to this one, but all of those policies being in place so that there's a structure for whoever comes next.
Okay, and Omar.
Great. You know what? I think this is a great step forward. It shows vision. My question is this the way forward? Is it optional or is it mandatory? And if so, are other colleges following suit, or are we taking a step from other colleges?
So this board has made it mandatory that we have this policy in place to ensure continuity of the organization. It's from the conversations I have with other registrars, is not necessarily a policy that they all have. You know, sometimes people are not thinking of worst case scenarios, but I think it's very important that the lights stay on type of thing. And hopefully from this report, you can see that, you know, without me, place goes on, no problem.
And I think to add a little bit of color and perspective to that, this, for those of us who've been around for a while, this college has had some interesting times where some form of succession planning could have been more useful and had. I think would be the fair way to assess that. So.
Okay, so with that, I think you can go to your motion.
All right, one more two-parter motion. Can I have somebody make the motion that the board approve the registrar's interpretation of the policy was reasonable? No. Paul, I'll take you for my motion, and seconder, I'm taking Carlo. All in favor? And thank you, Christine, I'm teasing you. Can I have somebody make a motion that the board agrees that the registrar CEO complied with the policy? Peggy, thank you. Alicia, seconder, thank you. All in favor? Perfect. Thank you very much.
All right, we're running a little ahead of time, so let me just turn to the team here. Do you want to bring the policy and governance presentation on now, or
I think
do
we
it
can,
after break?
because
Yeah,
Sarah's here and
is everyone here?
Renee is online.
Okay, wonderful.
So we're good to go.
Okay.
I'll get Sarah to the podium.
Great. So we're going to jump ahead of the break and go right to the department spotlight. So today we're going to hear from Sarah Scott, our manager of policy and governance, and Renee Law, project assistant. And I know Fazal has a little bit more of an introduction as Sarah makes her way up to the front of the room.
Wow, I really like your introduction.
Oh, well, look at that.
So yeah, this is basically for information. This is where we've been making it a habit that we bring in each department one at a time per meeting for our board and appointed to get to know the faces to the name and get an idea. Especially, I think this is kind of helpful to know what the committee does, and so that in the fall, when you're sort of selecting what committees you might want to participate on, you get a bit of an idea of what kind of work is transacted at that committee level. And you also get to, as I said, put a face to the name. So we've got Renee on the line. Renee, are you able to hear us okay? There you are.
Yep, I can.
So one thing I will put for context, Renee was one of these faces behind the scenes that did a ton of work with Sarah on the strategic planning cycle. She wasn't able to make it to the event, the strategic planning event, so you didn't get the chance to meet her formally. But this is a great opportunity for you to hear from both of them. So Sarah, Renee, I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah. I have some slides, but I think Emma is sharing those. Oh yeah, there we go. So good afternoon, board and committee members. I believe I've had the pleasure of meeting many of you here today, but for those of you I haven't, my name is Sarah Scott and I'm the Director of Policy and Governance here at the college. So I joined the college back in December of 2023, and I'm now approaching a year and a half in the role. In terms of my professional background, I have experience in regulatory and governance roles across both healthcare and professional sectors. And today I'd like to take some time to share an insight into the work of my department, including my day-to-day responsibilities and some of the strategic projects that I've been working on most recently. I'd also like to take the time to introduce my colleague Renee Lowe, who is on the call and who helped deliver the environmental scan, which supported your strategic planning process in April. Just a second slide, please, Emma.
Sorry, I'm just having a screen share. Share the application screen.
Yeah, I think it's a window
You
size
might
thing.
need to move it onto your prime screen. So,
Hang tight, folks. The pleasures of having multiple windows.
Who wants to start the karaoke? Oh, I'm kidding. Sit down.
This is something you don't want to hear saying.
Oh, I don't know.
Just move it along one. Yeah, perfect. Thank you. So one of the things that I really enjoy about my role at the college is just how varied it is, and no 2 days really look the same. So one day I might be deep in policy review or preparing committee materials, and the next I'm working on a strategic project, collaborating with colleagues across the college. A key part of my role involves providing support to 3 of the college's committees. That's the Governance Committee, the Screening Committee, and the Patient Relations Committee. Each committee has a distinct role, and I support each in ensuring that members have the information and tools they need to work effectively. This includes everything from coordinating orientation for members, setting meeting schedules, drafting agendas and briefing materials, holding pre-meetings with chairs and vice chairs, preparing minutes, and tracking action items. I'm going to quickly run through each of those 3 committees to outline their role and how they support the board to meet its mandate. I'll start with the Governance Committee. So this committee meets quarterly to review policies in the Policy Governance Manual, following the review schedule set out. As you know, the board receives updates on these reviews each quarter, presented by the committee chair. In addition to policy review, the committee is responsible for regularly evaluating and updating the college's governance processes and making recommendations for reform to the board. Most recently, the board tasked the committee with reviewing the structure of the current 8 geographical districts used to elect registered opticians to the board. And last year, as you'll remember, after receiving a number of proposals and engaging in extensive discussion, the committee recommended and the board approved a shift to a single electoral district that encompasses all of Ontario. So later this year, the committee will begin developing a comprehensive transition plan to present to the board, and this plan will address how geographic representation can be achieved at committee level under this new electoral model. And moving on to the Screening Committee, this committee was established in March of 2022 as a new standalone committee to conduct pre-election and pre-appointment interviews. It's composed of community appointees, and the idea of this is to keep the screening process at arm's length from both the profession and the board to the greatest extent possible. This promotes greater objectivity, fairness, and transparency. And the responsibility of the committee is to ensure that candidates for election to the board or appointment to committees demonstrate the competencies as established by the board. And finally, the Patient Relations Committee. Unlike the governance and screening committees, this is a statutory committee, meaning that it's mandated under the Regulated Health Professions Act. The committee's primary responsibilities include advising the board on the college's patient relations programme, administering the mandatory funding for therapy and counselling, and taking on other activities as assigned by the board, all aimed at enhancing the relationship between registrants and patients. The next slide, please. So moving away from the committees, I'd like to highlight another important aspect of my role. And one of the most significant projects that I've worked on since joining the college has been preparing the environmental scan to support the board's strategic planning session at the April Away Day. The purpose of the scan was to provide an in-depth analysis of current and emerging trends, risks, and opportunities shaping the current planning environment. I'd like to take a moment to share some insight into how we approached this work and the key steps that led us to the final document. So we began by selecting and collaborating with a vendor to conduct a patient survey, and this survey gathered insights from 1,000 Ontario residents, focusing on patients' experiences with opticianry and their interactions with the college. We then focused on maximising registrant engagement, and this involved organising virtual focus groups for which we invited all registrants to participate. To accommodate different schedules, we offered both lunchtime and evening sessions, making it easier for registrants to fit these discussions into their workdays. Karen facilitated these groups, encouraging open and inclusive discussions. And in addition, registrants were invited to share feedback via survey, with participants able to claim self-directed education hours for this. We also sent email and social media reminders at intervals to boost response rates. Question and discussions focused on practice opportunities and challenges, patient needs, access barriers, and opportunities within registrants' practice environments. We ran 2 additional focus groups, one with business owners to explore areas such as industry trends and workforce preparedness, and another with educators to explore trends in opticianry education, associated risks and opportunities, and the college-educator relationship. Finally, we gathered insights from a broad range of stakeholders, including the Ministry of Health, NACO, associations, college staff, the College of Optometrists, our own board and committee members, and other health and opticianry colleges through surveys and one-on-one interviews. As you can imagine, this involved significant coordination, from scheduling sessions to developing tailored questions for focus groups, interviews, and surveys. In addition, Renee led a comprehensive literature review, analysing reports, articles, and data sources to identify key demographic, societal, technological, and industry trends in eye care. I'm now going to hand it over to Renee to introduce herself.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. My name is Renee, and I just wanted to extend my regrets that I wasn't able to be there in person. I'm currently stuck at Waterloo as a requirement for my graduation. I'm a Master's of Public Health student here at the University of Waterloo, and alongside my studies, I've had the opportunity to work in several policy-related roles, including Ontario's Ministry of Health, Ontario Medical Association, and currently with the Information and Privacy Commissioner of Ontario. And these experiences have really helped me build a strong foundation in provincial health policy, and I've continued to expand on that through my work with COO. My role here is project assistant, and a big part of my work this year has been supporting the college's environmental scan to help inform the upcoming strategic plan. So my role involves helping coordinate data collection from different stakeholder groups, including patients, registrants, educators, and systems partners. So for example, I helped develop the 4 targeted stakeholder surveys using SurveyMonkey, and I helped conduct the staff interviews. And with this data, then I helped analyze the patterns, the common themes, and unique perspectives across the different groups. One of the parts I really enjoyed about this environmental scan was the analysis part. It was very interesting to take in so many different types of input, such as the quantitative survey responses, the open feedback, and interview transcripts, and start to see a bigger picture come together. It's also really rewarding to know that the work that we're doing had a direct link to future policy and planning decisions. So with this current environmental scan, we did use some new tools that helped keep everything organized and efficient. Some of the new tools that we decided to use this time was AI meeting summary tools to capture notes and themes from interviews. We also used different Microsoft Teams features like scheduling tools to coordinate meetings and focus groups. And these tools really helped streamline our process, especially when working with different time zones and busy schedules. Looking ahead, I really do think this is a really good opportunity to explore other AI tools to support environmental scans and other organizational projects. Tools that help with assist with automated quantitative or qualitative analysis or even theme detection could help save us a lot of time and improve consistency across projects because, again, we're all human and we just make errors. That said, there are privacy and data security concerns that could be an important consideration in the future, especially when handling sensitive stakeholder feedback. And it'll be important for future teams to weigh the benefits of AI with those risks in mind. Thank you for having me, and it's really nice to meet you guys virtually.
Thank you, Renee.
So,
Thank you.
as Renee mentioned, one of the final and most rewarding steps was analysing all of the feedback that we received from the various groups. And this process provided valuable insights and allowed us to identify key trends, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And from there, we distilled the findings into clear operational and strategic implications for the college, which directly informed the board's strategic priorities. So to echo Renee's point, all the effort that went into the work paid off, and it felt meaningful to contribute to shaping future policy and planning decisions at the college. I'm now going to hand back to Karen for any questions.
All right, thank you both. So what questions do we have? No questions.
I guess you're very thorough.
Thank you.
All right, thank you both very much.
Yes.
I can just say that having been involved in some of that process, working with both Sarah and Renee, you know, as a facilitator of some of the interviews and the what are they called? Focus groups. I mean, it was seamless, and the support required in terms of guiding the questions and arranging, you know, all the very busy schedules of the people involved. Communicating with me was chef's kiss. So it was really a pleasure to support the college in that way because of the amazing work of the two of you and the rest of the team. So thank you for me.
I think
from
Omar
that.
had his hand up also.
Oh, Omar had his hand up. Did he? It's not
Um,
raised this time.
Is Renee still live there? Is she still on?
Yeah,
Renee's
they're
online,
still
yes.
here. Yeah.
I'm here, yeah.
I would prefer to make a comments after.
Okay.
All right.
All right. I think that's it. I think we're done. So I'm going to turn it over to Derek. We're skipping right. We've done all these reports already, so we're skipping ahead to point 13.
All right. So that kind of flew by today, didn't it?
You got Peggy, ask question?
Peggy?
Did we do NACOR and communications?
Yes.
Yes. So NACOR and Communications was in with when we did the omnibus earlier of all of the reports.
Do you have a question about any of the reports?
No, I think I was trying to keep track, and obviously my memory is not good. When we were jumping around, right?
Yeah. It's always challenging when we start jumping across the board for it, but yeah.
And I had lined up all my open tabs chronologically, and then
All righty.
Where are you at?
Okay.
mine
All right. So so we're at the end of everything. All right. So before we end up closing, there's a slide that we want to put up, I guess. So today we are saying goodbye to a appointed public member who has been with us since 2020. And it was sad to see you go. I would like to thank Peggy on behalf of the board and the administration for her service to the public of Ontario and dedication to the College of Opticians of Ontario. I think I speak for everyone when I say that it has been an absolute pleasure working with you. I will tell you there is a plaque. I just do not have it at this time in my hands, Peggy. But I would like to just say that your time with us You have always been so thorough and so insightful and kept us on task so well. And I have appreciated all of your efforts for the college. So thank you so much, and it will be sad to see you go. So.
To be honest, I think sometimes maybe I took things off task, but I appreciate the kind words. And, it's really been, an honor and a privilege and a pleasure to work with everybody. And I've enjoyed this, and I've learned so much about governance and governance of healthcare professions, and lots of things about opticianry, and sadly for the next optician when I start asking questions about progressives.
So
Thank you.
I was going to say, by profession, you are an engineer. Am I correct? You already irritated the opticians. It's okay. Just with your profession. We're used to you. And that is said with love from all of the opticians in the room who have all dealt with their fair share of engineers.
Who've taken one too many physics courses, right?
But yes, no, thank you so much for all that you have done.
Thank you.
All right. And I understand the plaque is going to be coming directly to you. Yes. So thank you.
Very much.
All right, so now I need somebody to make the motion to adjourn, and it seems absolutely fitting. Peggy, Christina, get back there. Peggy, would you like to make the motion to adjourn for us today? Thank you, Peggy. A seconder, Gregina. Thank you. And all in favor?